It's amplified? Okay. Oh. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think we could start to save everyone's agendas. That's all right. No, 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 no. So, I can. Please take your seats. Yes, please. Therefore, welcome, Excellencies. Welcome, dear colleagues. Thank you for your precious time. We know this is a busy, busy day. Welcome to this spatially tiny pavilion due to crop overcrowding, but a pavilion which is huge in its message around the Mediterranean, beyond any negotiation dynamics. Together, we can tackle it. One by one, not so certain. But without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, Ambassador Nasser Kamel, who will join us online.
Thank you, Gramenus. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As I don't have a view of the room to see who is there or not there, so I will rely on the notes I have in front of me. So I'll start by welcoming Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment of Croatia, Marisa Vukovic, and His Excellency, of course, Minister of Environment of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Dr. Muawiyah Redaida, and my dear friend Vasco Alves Cordero, the President of the European Committees of the region, and His Excellency, the AU Special Envoy for Climate, Ambassador Anthony Agorta. Distinguished delegate of the COP29, esteemed partner, and inspiring young leader, it is really my profound privilege to welcome you to the COP29 Med Pavilion. As we gather here to address one of the defining battles of our lifetime, climate change, let me start by thanking the presence of representatives of the UFM member states in this occasion. Your presence motivates us to work further in the climate future of our region, the Mediterranean region, one of the world's most affected regions, with rising temperature, water scarcity, and threats to biodiversity. That will impact the life of millions of people, especially young ones, and our future generation. Please allow me to address a special word of thanks to Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment of Croatia, a UFM member state, that her country will be assuming two very important, pivotal roles in the very near future. First, Croatia will assume the presidency of the Med9, which are the member of the European Union, the Mediterranean member of the European Union, and also Croatia will be assuming the post of the new EU Commission for the Mediterranean, Ms. Dubravka Suica. You may count on the UFM support in advancing the UFM Mediterranean agenda during Croatia presidency of the Med9, and of course with the new commissioner for the Mediterranean. Our organization envisages this pavilion as a testament to regional solidarity in the face of shared climate adversity. We are here because we recognize the urgency and because we know the solutions. And those solutions are within reach if we commit ourselves to them. Despite the current skepticism due to the current political landscape, and I will not speak further on that, the world is facing some feeling of skepticism, but I hope this COP and our discussion at the Mid Pavilion may inspire us to collectively work and will lead to concrete commitments that protect our shared future. This pavilion is yours for this joint, urgent journey ahead. Member states, partners, academia, and you. So I will finish by welcoming all of you in your pavilion and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Nasser. Excellencies, ministers, you are in a hurry. I will soon give the floor to all of you, but let me just underline how important your presence is for us today. In a few words, the Mediterranean does not exist in the United Nations system. It's split in 3 negotiation groups. But still, it is a reality of its own in the climate dynamics. It took some time. Finally, we are here, we exist, and your presence today is testimony for us that finally we exist. Thank you so much. On these words, let me give the floor to Her Excellency, the Minister of the Environment from Croatia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mediterranean Pavilion, established at the initiative of the Union for the Mediterranean. This space honors our region that has long been a cradle of culture, commerce, and cooperation. And yet today the Mediterranean faces severe climate change challenges, making our presence here vital. Croatia, with its extensive coastline and more than 1,200 islands, recognizes, of course, the urgent need to protect our shared sea. And as a Mediterranean gateway to Central Europe, Croatia bridges regions with common responsibilities. The recent Med9 summit highlighted escalating extreme weather conditions and disasters. Fires, floods, and unprecedented marine heatwaves are undeniable warnings as the Mediterranean warms faster than global average. In recent years, devastating climate-related disasters have impacted numerous countries. We will remember Libya, more recently Bosnia and Herzegovina and Spain, many others, including Croatia. And this calls for targeted EU policies and collective action because climate change threatens our prosperity and demands decisive efforts now. So Croatia demonstrates that environmental ambition can align with economic growth. We proudly rank 8th globally in Sustainable Development Goal implementation, all while achieving a notable 3.6% GDP growth. And our conservation initiatives like protecting the Jabuka pit with Italian partners in the Adriatic are already restoring marine life, proving that bold measures work. And the challenges we face today, for climate change to migration and security, make our Mediterranean community more crucial, more sensitive than ever. Yet our region won't be a victim. We don't want to be a victim. We will be the basic part of the solution. We welcome the creation of a dedicated Mediterranean portfolio in the next European Commission and led by Croatian Commissioner Mrs. Dubravka Šuica. She will serve all Mediterranean countries, not only member states, but all Mediterranean countries. And this Mediterranean Pavilion stands for our shared unity, and we are ready to contribute to the new Pact for Mediterranean. Let the Mediterranean be a crossroads as ever, but crossroads now for climate solutions. Our actions today will shape our future. And we often finish with the words, the time is to act. I won't finish with those words. I will finish with following words. Let's make it count.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Deputy CEO of Sea for All, Dr. Stefano Marguccio. Mr. Minister, His Excellency, the Minister of Environment of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please allow me first to extend my sincere gratitude to the Secretariat of the Union of the Mediterranean for their continuous efforts and for gathering us all here today for the launch of this pavilion. This gratitude also extends to the European Union and the coalition of regional partners that have supported the Mediterranean Pavilion. This pavilion symbolizes the unity amongst countries of the Mediterranean in addressing common challenges that our region faces and exploring a broad range of opportunities that can tackle both our climate and development priorities. Our gathering today underscores the important role that the UFM plays as a platform for cooperation and coordination between our countries in enabling joint action within priority sectors including water, energy, and agriculture in the context of climate change and environmental degradation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan has been co-chairing the UFM with the European Union since 2012, supportive of cooperation between countries of the UFM. Recognizing we are stronger in our unity, Jordan will continue to enhance opportunities for regional cooperation, particularly in joint climate action for the benefit of all citizens of the Mediterranean. Our region, particularly the South Med, suffers from pressing economic, environmental, and climate challenges, which require us to step up collectively and work on innovative ways to turn these challenges into opportunities. Opportunities for trade, investment, and regional cooperation. This was a key message that came out of the UFM's 6th Forum for Trade and Investment held recently in Morocco. And this is why Jordan has designated Green Jordan as one of its key economic growth drivers over the coming decade as part of the Jordan's economic modernization vision. Despite our varying national contexts, the climate threat we all face knows no borders. The region has been identified as a climate hotspot, which means none of us are immune to its different manifestations, be it through droughts, fires, flash floods, or extreme weather events, and we have seen many of those recently in Europe and in our region as a whole. In Jordan, this means grappling with severe water scarcity, while also hosting a significant refugee population representing a third of our population. This is why in COP27, His Majesty King Abdullah II launched the Climate Refugee Nexus Initiative, which has been supported by 58 countries to date, and we ask that all of you support this very meaningful initiative. This initiative highlights the importance of considering specific pressures faced by host countries in achieving their nationally determined contributions, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation. In this context, climate acts as a threat multiplier to development risks faced by countries like Jordan due to regional conflicts and the ensuing waves of refugees. And something that I've said many times, when people move from one country to another, it's also a movement of a carbon footprint, which complicates meeting the NDC's targets by the host country. So that's something to be mindful of, that this is an additional burden and requires more effort by the host country to meet its nationally determined contributions and reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. But we must remain proactive, even in the context of limited natural resources, regional instability, and insufficient climate finance. We remain committed to the goal of keeping 1.5 degrees alive through a just green transition, and as importantly, enhancing the adaptive capacities of our sectors and populations, leaving no one behind. This is our clear message as countries of the Mediterranean, which we must amplify together at global fora such as this one. Here at Baku, we must build on the success achieved through previous COPs, coming together as one Mediterranean region to heed the call of COP29 to enhance ambition and enable action. Concrete actions should be taken to translate the pledges of the UAE consensus into reality, continuity is absolutely important in the COP process. We can't treat each COP as a separate process. There should be a seamless line between the COPs so that we can build on the momentum achieved in previous COPs. We look forward to a successful and ambitious new collective quantified goal. We can't achieve our goals without the proper amount of finance and accessibility to this finance in a very transparent manner. Finally, I reiterate our commitment to collective action and shared solutions for the benefit of our Mediterranean region and the whole world. Thank you very much.
Let me thank you, Their Excellencies, the ministers, for delivering us not only a salute, but words of such content, intensity, and substance. We would like to have the European Union speak through the voice of Ambassador at Large Anthony Agota, who is a special envoy for climate and environment at the European External Action Service.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you and the Union for the Mediterranean and the Secretariat for organizing this pavilion. And of course, this is about the Mediterranean, so I'd like to start in Alaska. 43 before Christ, the Okmok volcano erupted, and it heralded, of course, the assassination, well, not directly, but you had the Ides of March. Caesar was assassinated, the Republic ended, the empire started. Cleopatra in Egypt felt the full brunt of flooding of the Nile. The point is, oceans rise, empires fall. And this was because of environment and nature. Right now, it is human-made climate change, and I'm so happy that both ministers referred to the environment as well, because we're at a COP, but it's about the environment and the umbilical link between the two. The Mediterranean is bearing a brunt. You called it a hotspot. It has more impact of climate change. And while you said we have 3 negotiating groups, it's absolutely true. Everyone is connected. At the moment, the world is producing more history than we can conveniently consume, as your Secretary General alluded to. That is a huge problem, first of all, because of human suffering, but it also exacerbates the urgent and short, middle, and long-term challenge of tackling climate change and environmental degradation, because to tackle it, we have to work together. Being at a COP, sometimes people question, do COPs work? I absolutely believe at COP. If you look at the thousands of people running around, it's like an anthill. At the end of the day, we usually come together. And of course, it's tough, but global diplomacy works. And I wanted to send that message here as well. You mentioned water as a huge challenge. This will only grow, especially in the Mediterranean, but also elsewhere. Also elsewhere in the world. And I think it's important to acknowledge the importance of how to deal with water, because it could lead to wars. And climate, environment, and this nexus between peace and security events is an increasing prism that we have to see, or we will be flying blind. And the most perverse effect of it, when it comes to water, but also climate change, 88%, Saving the Children says this, 88% of climate environment-borne diseases are for children between 0 and 5. The generations that we were taught to protect and save the first are being hit the hardest. We have to be a good ancestor for these future generations. In the Mediterranean is an excellent example that perhaps through climate and environment cooperation, we can change the context for the better. I am not naive, but we have to start and make it count. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. You mentioned one thing. I'm always surprised that media do not stress one thing. The climate negotiation is the largest negotiation in history. There has never been 50,000 people gathering together about one problem, and this is a sign. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Rashid Firadi, who is Director of Partnership, Communication and Cooperation at the Ministry of Energy, Transition and Sustainable Development of Morocco, to conclude this brief gathering brief in time, tiny space, but hugely important for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly honored to be with you today for the opening of the Mediterranean Pavilion at COP29 in Baku. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the for Mediterranean for associating the Kingdom of Morocco to this important event. It inaugurates a series of debates that will enable us, as a Mediterranean partner, to renew our joint commitment to a healthy and sustainable Mediterranean. As you are all aware, the Mediterranean region, recognized for its rich biodiversity and productivity, is facing pressing environmental challenges: biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change. As already illustrated by the State of the Environment and Development report and the first MEDEC report. These two reports have reminded us and reconfirmed that marine, land, and air pollution is omnipresent, diverse, and interconnected in the Mediterranean basin, and that the solutions to deal with it must also be integrated and supported by all the stakeholders and partners around the Mediterranean. Although significant actions have been taken at all the levels to address the effects of climate change, the drive towards sustainability remains a sustainable challenge. To achieve this, it is crucial that we work together. We are deeply convinced that under the impetus of the UFM, we can meet these challenges and reposition the Mediterranean on sustainable path. This is demonstrated today by the Mediterranean Pavilion at COP29. This space for co-construction that is offering to all actors and partners of the Mediterranean, from which we expect to emerge innovative and collaborative solutions on the strategic, operational, and the financial levels. As the platform for political dialogue, the UFM has a considerable role to play in federating regional organizations and ensuring the successful implementation of its response into our common fight against climate change. On this occasion, the Kingdom of Morocco renews its commitment to working together with its Mediterranean partners for a green, sustainable, and resilient Mediterranean that meets the aspirations of our populations. I thank you for kind attention. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your presence. There couldn't have been a better inauguration of this year's activities. It's the beginning of a dream come true. North and South, although they belong to opposite negotiation groups, came here together to say we need to act together. Thank you so much. Yeah. Perfect. Kind, kind of constrained. Fantastic. Okay. Fantastic. It's going to be only on. Sorry. This way I listen to myself. So thank you for being here. This is not really an event. I think it's a team building moment. We all kind of know each other in these circumstances. The idea of the Mediterranean Pavilion came out of a reflection. 3 years ago we decided to go for a presence at the COP. And the main reason was that the Mediterranean does not exist in global processes, because in the United Nations it's fragmented in 3 regions, 2 opposed negotiating groups, plus Turkey, and this kind of things. So at the beginning we said, okay, we will make a UFM pavilion, and then very quickly we came to the conclusion that it doesn't make sense. You have 50 different intergovernmental organizations that have events, and those events which are devoted to tell people how beautiful we are, how many things we do, and this is not the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a crossroads of actions at many levels. It is a big problem that we need to explain, but it is also a whole basket of very innovative solutions. What I can say is that while the COP rightfully remains into debating in logics of I give you if you give me, in the Mediterranean we are inaugurating slowly, many times even without the participation of governments spontaneously, different logics. We have realized that nobody around the Mediterranean is rich enough, even though ours is a community of rich and poor, of strong and not so strong, but nobody has enough resources to cope with the crisis of this space and of this magnitude. But if we put together all our differences, including those differences that made us dispute and even fight in the past, we have a larger basket of solutions. This is true in energy. The EU can only decarbonize if we rely on the solar potential of the south and on the wind potential of the Balkans. It is true in food security. Southern Europe in 10 years' time will have a climate that we don't know how to handle because it's not ours. But our friends in Morocco, for instance, know. And who has the phytogenetic heritage that can make Southern Europe agriculture be productive? It belongs to them. And there is knowledge and things like that. So we came to the conclusion that a UFM pavilion doesn't make sense. Another intergovernmental organization showcasing their little programs, wow, that's so boring. And that's why we really need to come together. Sometimes you might have had the impression that this was all about financial contribution to rent a squeezed 50-meter space, which was all we could obtain given that the COP is overcrowded. Today to the ministers, what I said, we are a small space, but we are a huge idea. And this huge idea would not exist only as UFM. It can exist because here we have really everything. We have economy, we have strategic thinking, we have programs, we have civil society mobilization for Earth Day and all the rest. So this is just a moment in which we wanted to hear from each one of you what you want to put here as an input, and not to hear just because you're curious, but to hear because, okay, on that I can help you. And if we help each other in our objectives. It will be geometrical amplification. I will not take more time than that. I have a list of speakers. All I will do is just announce them, starting with a very important partner, CIHAM, Teodoro Miano online. Teodoro, the floor is yours.
Oh, good morning. Thank you very much, Gramenos. I have to apologize first for my voice, which is very low, but this will take less of your time because I will be rather short. Thank you for the introduction. The idea of Siam is to raise the voice of agriculture and food worlds, as well as the rural areas we work in, we represent, that are immediately impacted by climate change. We do participate with pleasure to initiative together with you and the other organization in this COP29, and also to show that food security for us, food security of populations, is closely linked to the effect of climate change. I will not say many words saying why the Mediterranean area is a really an hot spot, not only for climate changes from climate conditions, which are really changing dramatically, much more than any other hotspot in the planet, causing, of course, increased temperature, problem in terms of desertification, loss of organic matter in soil, and productivity and fertility, a lot of changes in terms of hydrological impacts in terms of sea level raising, which interests a very big portion of the population of the Mediterranean. There is an impact on, of course, on food security and on trades and prices of the products, which really affect very much the population. So we really wanted to testify the strong relationship that we see between the climate change and the life of the population of the Mediterranean. So this pavilion, this association with this organization, with you, with UFM, is that we consider a unique opportunity to represent to several stakeholders at the global level the Mediterranean, as you mentioned, as a strategic and unique political and civilization space in which common solution can and should be constructed. And also to bring a word mentioning the high-level meeting and the ministerial meeting of the Ministry of Agriculture that we organized a couple of weeks ago in Rabat, where we have all the ministers have engaged themselves in underline the urgency of reinforced cooperation in Mediterranean, especially for the aspect concerning food security and food sovereignty. Very briefly, we organize three events. We co-organize three events together with different organizations. One is on climate peace and security nexus in the Mediterranean, involving migration. The other one is in water security, gender equality and youth inclusion for a sustainable future in our world. This is an interactive event, which it's really mixed working session with concrete solution finding. And then the third one, it's a webinar we are organizing on legume and the role of legume in the Mediterranean food system in terms, again, of environmental impact, socio-economical level, cropping system, natural resource exploitation, and so on. So very briefly, this is our action in Baku, even though we could not participate physically, with the exception of a couple of colleagues that are in Baku in these days. Thank you very much, Gramenos, and sorry again for the level of my voice.
Thank you, Teodoro. You were actually perfectly audible, and you said very interesting things. I would now give the floor to Giulia Giordano from ECCO, that is an Italian but non-Italian think tank, in the sense that they had this fantastic idea of spinning an alliance of all the think tanks around the Mediterranean that deal with climate. Maybe it was not in your teams, but I think it's important if you say a few words about this.
Thank you so much, Gramenos. I will talk about that and not just that. First of all, I want to thank Gramenos and all the UFM people and all the partners for this opportunity. For us, it's very important to be here and to be represented in a Mediterranean voice here in a global climate space. So for us, it's extremely relevant. And thank you for taking the leadership in this. So maybe I'll give you a little bit of an introduction of what ECHO is, so you all know. So we are a climate think tank based in Italy, but we have a global mission. We want to accelerate decarbonization efforts worldwide. Of course, we have a strong Italian and European focus. We very much focus on the Mediterranean region, of which we are part, and globally through following the multilateral processes like COP, but also G7 and G20. So we want to be an active agent of change. And this means for us working really through alliances, working with stakeholders, working with governments, with academia, with all those relevant actors that can make changes and can transform society and economies to make sure that we reach the decarbonization that we need in line with climate objective. So we work on a wide spectrum of programs and dimensions, and we have a strong Mediterranean focus. Actually, to be honest, I was inspired by something that Gramenos said a few years ago when he said there is no representation, there is no common voice for the Mediterranean countries as a region, especially in spaces like this, in spaces like COP. There is no one united voice to speak about the common problems that we all share. And so we started creating in ECHO a Mediterranean program because we have, of course, a strong Mediterranean identity being an Italy-based think tank. And also because we are a climate think tank. So it's impossible not to think about the Mediterranean when we're speaking about climate issues. As Mediterranean, we all know it's a climate hotspot. Not just. It's also a hotspot for energy diplomacy. The region has been fundamentally shaped by energy relations, traditionally linked to fossil fuels. But I think and I believe that the future is shifting from fossil energy diplomacy towards a clean energy diplomacy. And we're working with this. So just to give you a few ideas of what we're doing, we work on different dimensions, different levels in the Mediterranean space. One is research. We produce many reports and analysis. We have just published, and I invite you to consult our website, an analysis, a report on what is the potential of renewable energy in the Mediterranean space. We are publishing and will present here actually in a few days a report about the nexus between climate, peace and security in the Mediterranean region. But not just research. We want this research to achieve some results. So we work with partners, we build alliances because we need common voices and we need to empower a common position for the Mediterranean countries. So we have launched at the UFM Green Week in Istanbul in May, an alliance of Mediterranean think tanks on climate change. This is the first network of this type, and we have now around 30 organizations from both shores. We are already very active in following Euro-Mediterranean relations and make sure that a common voice is present and we can deliver messages from the Mediterranean. We are building alliance, we are building space for dialogue, but we also want to deliver results. So we also work on advocacy and diplomacy. So we want to make sure that governments listen to us, that the stakeholders listen to us, that private sector listen to us. And we want to make real change. We need to work with governments. Recently, we have launched an initiative together with a number of organizations from both shores of the Mediterranean called TerraMed. This is the first time that a group of organizations, so it's a very much bottom-up initiative, is taking the lead in understanding how we can translate global ambitions into practical regional implementation. Last year in Dubai, states agreed on tripling renewable energy worldwide. what the Mediterranean can do to achieve the 11 terawatt that was identified by Irina, we can contribute with 1 terawatt of renewable energy built by 2030. And this initiative is called TerraMed. There is a website, you can have a look and see what you think. We're asking governments and international actors to support and engage, because this is really how we can shift from global commitments to practical implementations. We had an event yesterday, also with Gramenos. We are going to have another event here, and you're all welcome to come. So thank you so much, Gramenos, and thanks everyone for this opportunity. We really believe in being present at COPs with a Mediterranean voice. Thank you so much.
I don't want to make it personal, but stop thanking me, because actually the ones who made the real job is my team. I was more engaged in other things, and everything that happens is their effort and their merits. Even if we say the most wonderful things here among us, policymakers, diplomats, activists, it wouldn't mean much. It needs to filter down to the real world, to society, and that's why we're so happy to have with us, if she's connected, Earth Day Europe. Earth Day Europe is a huge network that places environmental values in society. Rosetta, are you connected?
I'm connected. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you.
Perfectly. Thank you so much. So sorry to disappoint you, Germanos. First of all, after wishing good morning from Rome to everybody, I need to say thanks to you anyway. So thank you so much, both personally and on behalf of Pierluigi Sassi, who is the president of Earth Day Italy. And I want to say thanks for this enlightened partnership, because you made it possible. And of course, I want to say thanks to all your team, the UFM team, for their very brave support, and all partners. So thank you all, and good morning again to you all. As Carmenos introduced me, I'm Rose Epifani. I'm in charge of international relations for Earth Day Europe. I'm very, very happy to be connected with you today, and we will have the chance then to meet next week in Baku together. So what about Earth Day Italia and Earth Day Europe at COP29 and within this beautiful Union for the Mediterranean? We reflected on the proposed UFM mission to turn the Mediterranean from a climate hotspot into a hope spot. And while reflecting among us, we recalled the well-known words, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Well, after some reflection, we sincerely confirmed to ourselves and to each other that, on the contrary, Earth Day Italia and Europe believe that in life, when we are cohesive, sincerely cohesive, and we actually proceed together, we can definitely go both faster and farther. This is our sincere belief. So, as Mediterranean partners, we know that we share the same, or at least very similar backgrounds, realities, challenges, but we also know that, probably due to historical reasons, we tend to have sort of different or mixed identities, at sometimes conflictual choices. So this joint action will be a beautiful opportunity to allow each of us to contribute our individual added value, and at the same time to enable us all as a group to join forces synergically to face and not just Mediterranean but a global challenge such as climate changes. So Earth Day Italia, and in general Earth Day organization, is a network of over 200,000 organizations in the world committed to celebrating every year the UN designating Mother Earth Day, which is the 22nd of April, and raising awareness to the right and duty to protect our planet. For decades, Earth Day Italia has represented a UN global network in Italy and is now engaged in the creation of its European network, so Earth Day Europe, confirming our strong belief in the power of networking, unity, and especially unity in diversity to implement the UN 2030 agenda concretely. Through the events we are going to hold in Baku, as the Europe aims to support EU policies for sustainable development, and specifically the Green Deal implementation, and to strongly support young people's involvement, empowering them and bringing them into the climate debate. Also inspired to the integral ecology mission advocated by Pope Francis in his encyclical Laudato Si. So the working tools we have developed and which we wish to share with you all are networking, advocating and promoting transformative dialogue between parties, encouraging innovability and supporting it financially, producing active and independent journalism inspired by universal values and human rights. Our presence at COP29 in Baku will be the first public event with the Europe, which will be officially launched next week at our pavilion with you all. And we are sincerely happy to be doing it together with the Union for the Mediterranean. As Day Italy will also be in Baku as a correspondent of an important communication platform such as the Vatican Media. So Vatican News, Vatican Radio, the Osservatore Romano will all be disseminating the COP29 news, which will be broadcasting directly from Baku at our pavilion on a daily basis. It's a platform that attains 3.5 billion views every year and carries the message of Pope Francis, the world's greatest leader on sustainability issues. So after the goals set last year in Dubai, we personally think we have great challenges ahead, as today's choice will shape the future world in which our children will be living tomorrow. As William James said, act as if what you do makes a difference, for it does. So, considering that together we can go farther and faster, our partnership, our joint activities here, and possibly in the future actions that will result from this valuable encounter, will certainly produce faster, greater, and more effective results, not only for the Mediterranean region as a single voice, which is high time, but in a virtuous circle for the planet. So we sincerely look forward to sharing valuable actions with you all in Baku and beyond, of course. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rosetta. And,
Thanks to you.
After quoting Pope Francis, I think I should quote Karl Marx, who
Yes.
said that economy is the structure and all the rest is superstructure. And that's why we have the economists with us, the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association, embodied in her founding president, Rima, and a very good friend.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be again at the COP. And I would like to thank all the team for this great work and all of you that have made this possible once again. So once again in the COP29, and I hope this COP29 will bring, I would say, a tangible action. I think they have already started well with the carbon market. And I think the carbon market is important because we need to have a market within a system, which is an economic system that allows us to value things. And nowadays we are managing to value nature capital via the carbon market. So having a global market where every country is participating to it is essential. So this is the first news I heard, and I hope this continues and it's a reality. So this is one point. Now the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association is a think and do tank. I like to say it's a research organization that we are trying to make actions as well at the same, then bridging science policy to action. So we are not government backed, we are independent fully, and it's a group of economists on the basis of which we've been working together now since 2009 from a, I would say, project which is called MEDPRO, Mediterranean Prospect, which try to really work on a foresight exercise for Mediterranean 2030. So that was in 2009, and then with my colleagues we have developed the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association. So I had the pleasure to be one of the co-founding members and the president since then. So our really our strategy is to work on sustainable and inclusive, transparent and responsible economic models that we've been working on for many years now. And currently we are reaching, I would say, the part which is the regenerative part. Means we need to bridge into innovation to be able to make tangible actions and then bring value to the stakeholders who are the different stakeholders, including financial institutions. I'm personally a professor of financial systems, and I've been working for many years on inclusive and sustainable financial markets and financial systems, and how to really make sure that finance is bringing value to us without really hurting the planet. So this is really where our main work is. But then at the same time, we believe very much on regional cooperation from a multilateral perspective and also from a global perspective. And this is why the Mediterranean region is part of this global, I would say, context and global economy. And it is essential because it's connecting Europe and Africa. So our work is really related from Europe, Mediterranean and Africa. We're trying to develop economic models that are sustainable, inclusive, responsible and transparent. Transparency is key there too. From a point of view that we need to look at the societal challenges that we are living in. It's not only about really writing papers. I think we moved from the part of writing papers and policy papers and really discussing with the governments to another level, which is implementing. And I think around here we have many partners with whom we have been implementing projects and then really making a tangible effort on the ground together with small and medium-sized enterprises, together with the private sector. And I think it's important to move into economies. When I say economies, it means that we need to make a difference within the different countries, and this will allow us, in fact, to ensure there is value. Of course, the value is something that is needed when we talk about the economy. So this is about it. For COP, we have several events, and I think you can look at our at the website of the UFM, and I am happy that we are collaborating on all of this. Thank you, Gramenos. Once again.
One would not think of Germany as a Mediterranean country, but the logics of it all is that in this region, nobody, not even the richest, have alone what is needed to face this crisis. By the way, as UFM, the greatest portion of money we received from GIZ, but then something happened. We crossed our paths because they produced a report on climate and migration in the Mediterranean and Africa with the Frederick von Neumann Foundation. Here represented, if he's connected online, by our friend David Henneberger, who is head of office Spain, Italy and Portugal. David, are you there? No. It seems that there is no connection. So I introduced them anyway, and we were talking economy, but money needs also to be used and addressed to very practical users and to cope with urgent needs. In this sense, it is really a honor, a pleasure, and a strength to have with us Interreg Med. Martin.
Thank you, Gramenos. Good morning, good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be here. I need also to thank you very much for all your effort in bringing this diverse network of partners here at the COP, the incredible work of your team. I mean, for us, it's the third time we're participating in a COP. It's a real opportunity to try to raise awareness as much as possible on all the specific challenges that the Mediterranean is going through. Needless to say that the images we have seen recently are truly worrisome. We are not anymore in control of our climate. And what we've learned with the European Union as a funding program, our mission is really to deliver money for bringing together organizations from both sides of the Mediterranean to deliver projects that have an impact on the territories and on the people, on the different numbers of topics. And of course, environmental transition has become one of the core topics over the year of our work. But what we were told years ago is that in the Mediterranean, we were like sharing common challenges. And we need like to join forces to better address these challenges. I think there is a change of paradigm. We are facing all together a common threat, which is climate change. So if we don't take action all together, this climate issue, of course, knows border. It will be difficult like to ensure a sustainable future for our generation. So part of our work, of course, is to fund projects in different sectors. We are not only looking now at economic sectors, we are expanding our ambition to green also the SMEs, to build strong skills for the people which are transitioning to green jobs. It's essential to ensure this just transition and to leave no Mediterranean people or communities behind, especially in rural communities, those which are the most affected by climate change. Of course, we try also to boost green technologies and commercialization, technology transfer of green technologies, and we have a new priority where we really try to enhance the quality and the magnitude of the dialogue between civil society and public authorities to agree on some common priorities for advancing climate action in the Mediterranean, because we have seen that there is a gap in the concerns between local stakeholders and what public authorities want to implement. So, in our opinion, our better ally to combat climate change in the Mediterranean area is cooperation. Everything we do in this program, which is the largest cooperation platform across the Mediterranean area funded by the European Union, is to bring together the best of the expertise. I always like to say that we are so lucky that we can bring together universities from Tunisia, together with businesses from Lebanon, together with NGOs from France. We have this diversity of partners, but really by bringing this diverse expertise, the know-how, we have the opportunity to really to have an impact on the people. And I think that recognizing also the diversity of our territories, the diversity of the ambitions that the countries and local authorities can have regarding climate action is very important. So this COP29 has been referred as the finance COP. So we came with a full pocket of money, since we are talking about money. So tomorrow, come here at 11, we will announce our new call for proposals. We have 83 million euro fully dedicated to funding green transition projects. We need the best organization around the Mediterranean really to make an impact, to deliver for the territories, to come up with innovative solutions, scalable solution, replicable solution, to have this positive contamination, to show that, yes, the Mediterranean area is one of the most affected regions in the world concerning climate change, but still we are ready, we are prepared, we can deliver, and we can become a model for the rest of the world in terms of how we envision our survival concerning climate change, and that when people, organizations, territories, countries come together, I think we have a bright future. And we will pay a lot of attention on supporting also the efforts of the young people, the future generation, Gen Z, the Generation Z. We want to support them, so it's also something new we're bringing. It's not just about us, it's also about the future generation. So supporting their aspiration and their needs concerning climate action. Again, come here tomorrow at 11 and you will learn how you can access to our funding. Thank you very much again, and enjoy this beautiful cup, by the way.
I need to buy a new car. May I apply? No. Okay. Electric car. No. The next one I will not even try to introduce because it took me 1.5 years to understand what MedWaves is. I leave it to Jesus.
Thank you very much, and bona tarda a tothom. We are based in Barcelona, as you know. And let me just say one word regarding climate change. We have seen the last few weeks in my country, in the south of Catalonia and in the Valencia country, the floods that have killed hundreds of people and have injured many more. So climate change is not the future, it's just the present, it's at the current time. And I think we are in the correct place, in the right place, and in the right time with our allies. After having talked about Pope Francis and Karl Marx, it is difficult to say something better or more important or wiser than the words that they have always said. But let me just try to explain in very few seconds what we are, who we are, Medwaves. We are a regional activity center of the Mediterranean Action Plan under the umbrella of the Environment Program of the United Nations. So that means that we have a mandate voted by the states at the COP every 2 years at our COP, and we are hosted by the Catalan government. So we are based in Barcelona, and after an agreement between the Spanish and the Catalan government almost 30 years ago. So that is that we have our mandate, our legitimacy under the umbrella of the United Nations, and of course we are a kind of a part of the Catalan government, also with links with the Spanish government. So more or less it is who we are. We have been working for 30 years, especially on SCP. Our original name is SCP RAC, Sustainable Consumption and Production. So that means that we work in the Mediterranean area, not only in the south, but also in the Middle East and also in the northern part of the Mediterranean, regarding especially sustainable consumption and production and circular economy, which is central, one of the central parts of our work. Climate change is an issue that is central under not only the international agenda, but especially under the UNEP MAP agenda, so also for us. So that's why we are working in specific areas. We cannot work everywhere, but we work on the support to startups, to new generation, small companies, and we work also to fulfill and to implement circular economy in the region. Of course, we have other areas of work, like, for example, plastic treaty issues. We are present at the INCS meetings regarding the new, hopefully, treaty on plastics. And we, of course, we are present also here in the COPs. I think it is our third time. I have been here at Medwaves just for a little bit more than 1 year. So we have been present in 3 consecutive COPs, which I think it is very relevant and it's very important for us to be here with all these partners. With many of them, we are also working together. We are having 3-4 side events these days here regarding circular economy and how circular economy is closely related to climate change, and how to work deeply on this specific area can help to mitigate climate change. Also, just transition. We think that the transition to a new economy, more respectful with environment, must be also accompanied by a fair transition with young people, with gender-based, and we think that without having all this part of society included in the new economy, in the new society, it won't succeed. We are also hosting here in the Mediterranean Pavilion, together with the government of Catalonia, the presentation that was also last COP in Dubai, but now again this Mediterranean regions coalition, which unites Mediterranean climate regions all over the world, and also the coalition to work of subnational governments in the plastic treaty talks. I will just finish, Gramenos, don't worry, stating one word that the Spanish Prime Minister said yesterday: climate change kills people, so we must fight against it. And we have the experience in our country this last few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, and indeed, once again, solidarity for what happened in Valencia. Talking about good money and good action, at the beginning, when we entered into this adventure of the pavilion, we were three main partners: UNEP, represented through MedWaves, but also the head of the headquarters will talk right after. But together with us, we had Prima, an important initiative and foundation to foster. It was rural development, but I think that now it has grown. Please.
Well, good afternoon. Let me first echo what the other colleagues have just mentioned about their perspective of this Mediterranean Pavilion and their participation. First, for the appreciation of the role of UFM in coordination of this Mediterranean Pavilion and their expectation from this participation. And I would like to say that Prima is participating here in this pavilion to further enhance the concept and the spirit of unity, coherence and solidarity among the Mediterranean partner, because Prima from the very beginning, when it was initiated more than 10 or 12 years ago, it was built on the concept of partnership that is based on the equal footing principle, so that everybody can work together and try to find solutions for the things that if we leave alone to individual partners or to individuals, we will never come up with any solutions. So 19 countries came together to build this partnership for research and innovation in the Mediterranean area, trying to focus on innovative solutions that are coming as partially as a consequence of climate change in the Mediterranean and its effect on our daily lives. Our participation also in this Mediterranean pavilion is like an eye-opening experience. This is the third year we are participation as a Prima in the Mediterranean Pavilion. So it's an opportunity for us to share what we are doing in Prima and to learn from others what are their expectations for the Mediterranean. Like our colleague from Intermed said that we provide funds. Yes, we do. So far we have funded more than 230 projects with a budget of 350 million euros. Trying to find some solutions for the impacts of climate change on our lives, trying to have some mitigation actions, some adaptive actions, and probably some prevention actions for the impact of negative impact of climate change on our lives. As I said, we would like to continue this collaboration with all Mediterranean partners and try to even expand so that we can have really a faster and more efficient impact on our region. As Gramenos just mentioned, that Prima is expanding. We started for 7 years launching calls. Now we are in a transition state for another 3 years, and then we hope we can continue for another 7 years and more to come. Reflecting on the successes of the program from the early stages and the 7 years, I think there was a kind of a consensus of satisfaction among all participating states and the European Commission for the continuation of the program. I don't want to go into details of the program. You may refer to it on our website, but just to reinsure our commitment to the Mediterranean, and that we are always trying to expand our network. This year, or actually recently, Bulgaria has joined the participating states of the program, and it's open for other partners to join. We have received requests from other southern Mediterranean countries to participate, so the process is ongoing, and we are hoping always to expand our network. Thanks for being part of this initiative. Thanks to UFM, and thank you for listening.
I heard Tatiana had connection problems. Okay, so actually, this as a program was the moment for our partners in crime, UNEP MAP, also founder of this initiative. Very often people ask us, but you're doing the same job. No, we're not doing the same job. We work a lot together, but on different aspects. Instead, still connected with UNEP MAP, we have Daria, I hope I can pronounce it correctly, Skugor, representing Paprak online.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Gamenas. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. So I would also like to join in thanking UFM for organizing this joint pavilion. It's really something that we all need, because even if we would be all doing the same job, we are still far too small group of people compared to the challenges that we are facing as a region. And I would like here to say a few words about our motivation and the reasons for joining the COP. As you may know, the PAPRAC is the part of the UNEP system, which is dedicated to coastal management. We have been working in the integrated coastal zone management since almost 50 years. And we have been mostly implementing projects on the ground. So this time we will present our GEFMED program initiative and its results. Our mission of PAPRAC is to support Mediterranean countries in implementing ICZM protocol, meaning in implementing integrated coastal zone management in their coastal zones. These coastal zone management programs that we have been implementing for the last 40 years are actually dealing with these complex issues of the coastal zone, trying to approach from the systemic approach and to focus on priority issues. As we all can see, priority issues of today in Mediterranean, unfortunately, are compound flooding, coastal flooding, forest fires. So these are recently, we may say in the last almost 10 to even more than 10 years, these are the priorities in all coastal regions. So in our ICZM protocol, which is the obligation for the Mediterranean countries that signed the protocol or ratified it, there is an invitation for coastal regions to prepare coastal plans or programs. In brief, these coastal plans are actually assisting coastal regions and the competent authorities to prepare for what is already here. And the integrated approach which we apply multiplies the benefits as well as the successes in realization of adaptation. In a way, coastal plans are enabling the regions to translate global issues into local realities. And as such, they are also providing solutions to these complex challenges as the ones I mentioned before. The process of developing, let's say, be precise, of co-developing a coastal plan actually has a huge value in itself, because it enables the enhancing of the governance in this actual region. So we will actually use our workshop, our event, which is the last one in the entire COP, because the last day is dedicated to the coasts, and our event is the last in the day, to exchange some catalytic, may say, experiences some solutions which were replicated by different partners, and also some experiences from our projects in developing and co-developing coastal plans with the regions in Montenegro and Morocco. We will have a panel of the representatives from some other Mediterranean countries and also partner institutions in order to develop the new projects of replication of these regional initiatives. I mean regional in the sense of subnational, so local or the relevant, as we say in the protocol, coastal units. And in addition to preparing the new project, which we are doing now with the different Mediterranean countries, we are also developing guidelines on how to approach the preparation of this plan, which is in a way we consider one of the best ways how to prepare for what is here, because responding to sectoral threats and sectoral issues may actually represent maladaptation or may create additional problems. So having this kind of integrated plan is something that we believe may accelerate not only adaptation in the coastal regions, but also mitigation, because when we approach the things in the integrated manner, we see actually the full picture much clearer, I would say. So I would like to end with thanking again to UFM for leading this initiative, which I see as the SDG 17, which is the last, but really not the least, is the essential one, because the solutions are here, the funds are existing, we have everything what we need for a change. But unfortunately, it seems that the change is more coming in this kind of worst case scenario of the fragmented future of little solidarity. And I hope that we can still twist this situation. And I believe that a real partnership, as this one is also trying to be, may really show that there are enough strengths and forces to reverse the trends that we are currently living. Thank you again.
Thank you. Actually, framing us under Objective 17 of the SDGs is motivating. I admit I never thought in these terms, but to a certain extent it's true. My colleagues kindly reserved to me a conclusion, but I think that it would be time stolen from all the chats we can have together. Just one word. In the past 2 years, I would have said this is your home. This year I can only say this is your studio, but it's yours.